Alright, I believe we are live. Today, what we are looking into is actually building out to the scripting runtime. So the past couple of streams, we were just building up all the infrastructure we needed, doing research, figuring out, okay, how do we actually, how do we connect everything together? But this time, we get to work on some implementation. So we got everything from creating a runtime to loading a script, or a behavior pack as I'm calling it now. Next thing we need to do is come up with a way to schedule when scripts happen, and also allow for the loading of new scripts. And from the start, I want to take care of multi-threading. Now, as I have figured out, you're not able to multi-thread WASM from the host environment. So we can't have multi-threaded. We can't grab a function call and then, where's a call? We can't do this multi-threaded. We can't call this multi-threaded because we need a mutable reference to the store. And, Rust rules, you can't have two references to store. Two mutable references to store at once. That causes all sorts of issues. So even though we can have cross-thread references to the store, no two mutable reference at once, meaning we can't do two of these at the same time. Hello, how's it going? Meaning we can't have two of these at once. So, logically, I still want to have multi-threading of scripts. So that means the actual threading system has to be in WASM itself, which is a little bit of a pain, but not the complete end of the world. And we are already using the WASM's threads thing. How are things going with Foundry? They're going decent. We've decided to, at least for now, stick with Unity just because we kind of have to. I'm a little bit worried about the whole Unity thing because, obviously, if nobody's using Unity, nobody would use Foundry. So, it's if Unity redeems itself, we can keep going. If Unity doesn't redeem itself, I honestly don't know what's going to happen. I'm a little bit worried about it. But, that's why we're working on the game engine on the side, right? But yeah. I actually, I've been stressing about the Unity stuff so much that I actually went on a, nearly 20-mile hike yesterday. I can barely walk right now, but the hike was definitely worth it. Took my mind off everything, and more on the pain in my ankles, but... See, I got some really good pictures of some amazing waterfalls because, there's the downsides to living in the middle of nowhere, and then there's the upsides, which is like Yellowstone being right over there. So, the answer is I'm coping. Someone passed the copium. But yeah. WASM threads. So we're gonna figure out, I assume I just start a thread and it works. So for now, what we probably want to do is figure out a way to load engine related modules, like WASM modules in here. Which means we probably need to drop or create another crate here that our build system Actually, we could build script this. Also working with you, India, have some false product. Yeah, it's just... Why did they have to go and do this? Like, yes, I know Unity is currently unprofitable, but they didn't have to go with the most convoluted pricing scheme to ever exist. Let's just say that. I think if they had gone with something like a revenue share like Unreal had, or even just copy that revenue share of Unreal, like, devs would complain, like, and they would complain fairly loudly, but it'd blow over in a couple of weeks and we'd be fine. But instead they go, oh yeah, we're gonna delete our EULA and like all this sketchy stuff, and it's like, why? They could have, and everybody would be fine with it eventually. So I have a job scheduler struct that I've created. Though since we can't have threading stuff outside of WASM, it looks a lot more like this has to become its own crate that we then load as a WASM module. So the question becomes, how do we load new jobs into that? And how do we handle the timing of that? You can see I was trying to get this Discord working. Wasn't working. All right. So the runtime scheduler must be in WASM. Must be able to pause for new modules to be loaded and placed. There we go. I have such a hard time spelling that word. Scheduler must be able to pause for new modules to be loaded and initialized. Just because of the whole way WASM memory works. Then I want the scheduler to scheduler must be able to support both. Must be able to support reoccurring and off jobs. Is it just 1C? There it is. Reoccurring and one-off jobs. Reoccurring is the main one. Scheduler must have an efficient sorting algorithm. Indeed, Rust. So these are our main requirements. Mostly this must be able to pause and the sorting algorithm, because this can be part of the sorting algorithm. Which means this is a mix of copying over my C++ implementation of thread pools, because this would also be our thread pool, as well as... That's an interesting thing to think about as well, is, now that I think of it, is that when you're threading in WASM, would I guess I can just run a quick test. Let's just create a new function here, pub function and the question is, can you start a thread and then leave it running and then return from this function to the host runtime? And I don't even know if we... It'd make it really hard to deal with if couldn't. Let me guess. It's mostly the same as... Okay. I don't care about its implementation on the web, but we'll see how it works on the web. care about shared array buffer. We're not using that. Web assemblies on atomics and shared array buffer. Yeah, I don't care about web browser support. We're using Rust. Not specify a mechanism. Not too much. I'll see if it does. How will I become the destroyer of threats? At the moment, I'm working on the job scheduler for my scripting system. So game engine right now, specifically what we're working on is scripting, even at a smaller level, when do we run scripts? And since we're using WASM or WebAssembly as our interpreter or JIT runtime, right now I'm researching threading and how we can support that. Mainly just a few questions about how specifically we're going to handle all that. So I'm just reading through documentation at the moment. Well, I could write a quick test. And you know, it's probably a good idea to write a quick test. Let's see, does this one provide... Okay, I still have the print external on there. So let's actually write the test threads here. And my main question is, do threads join? Like, is WASM able to still execute stuff after a function has returned back to the host runtime? Or do all threads, like, you call a function, the threads can split off and do their own things, but then they all have to join back to one thread before you return to the host runtime? Like, which one of these two scenarios, which one of those occurs? So I'm gonna write my own code, even though that, I don't want the join. Not gonna return anything. Don't I have a helper print function? There it is. So we're just going to print out as we go. Just going to print returning function. So starting function and spawning threads. Pretty easy, right? Then we say threads, new vector. So in Rust, does a join handle auto join on drop detaches the associated thread when it, okay, so it just detaches, so it doesn't, okay, good. So we'll just say thread spawn, thread I started, and then let's sleep this thread for a little bit. Oh. Copilot guessed what I was doing there. So basically what I'm testing is this function here runs and then returns instantly, right? But then these threads, they all instantly start, of course, and then I want to try sleeping them past the end of this function to see if they're forced to join. So basically, these print messages should happen after this print message. If that is the case, and if that's the case, everything is good. That, you know, works how you'd expect it to. For this particular project, I believe I am using GLFW, maybe? GLFW. Brane, remember what the algorithm, the acronym is. That's the file format, right? I'm trying to remember. Okay, it's the windowing library. I'm like, I was getting it confused with GLTF, which I also am using, but I am using I'm not using OpenGL. Which one is the windowing library? Dang it. Brane. It's been a while since I've touched my windowing system. I'm using Vulkan as my graphics API. Let's see, window. Yeah, we use GLFW for the window. Yes, I'm like, I couldn't remember if it was a full GL library or just windowing. I don't use GLAD. So I use GLFW, and then we use Vulkan as the API. Where was it? Ah, right, test script. Oh, and this needs to be our bindings. There we go. So that takes care of that. So let's compile this and throw it into our test project. Now in main RS, we need, oh, it's because why is Moot Store complaining? Oh, is it because my scripting runtime is erroring out or something? Might be. Oh, it's this whole threads thing here. Which I don't know how that got there. Oh, right. I think, attempting to test if I could multi-thread calls to that function. And yeah, you can call it from different threads. But the problem is, you know, you can only do one function call at a time, which, what's the point of multi-threading if you're having each thread take its turn? Like, it doesn't make sense. So we're gonna do threading test. Then from instance 1, and I did call it threading test. Let's just make sure. Threads test. And this one takes no arguments and returns nothing. So we just want to unwrap the result. Let's do some Rust prints. Threads test returned to host. And hopefully we see this print message before the other print messages, because if we do, awesome. If we don't, that's going to be an absolute pain to deal with. Intrinsics. Maybe if we don't have move there. Closure may outlive the current function, but borrows I, which is oh. Yeah, then move it. Actually, if we say, can you have copy? No, it's only move. If I continue. WASM trap, WASM unreachable execution executed. Yeah, WASM time. So is this a problem with the runtime environment or a problem with WASM threads? Like, what is going on here? Okay, so let's see this. Just provides one import called WASI thread spawn. When called, the runtime takes care of a new thread, creating a new instance of the WebAssembly modules using the same linear memory, and calling WASI thread start with a unique thread ID. So does this just mean I need to use WASI, the WASI build target? Interesting. Let's see. Instance 1 exports Do I print out the imports as well? I want to print out the imports real fast. Oh, this would be the module. Run this again. That way we can actually see imports and exports. This one imports memory, external BraneEngine fix, test external function. Get these three. Nothing else. And let me just check if I have threads enabled for it, because I know I have atomics enabled. I don't know if I've explicitly enabled threads yet. Atomics, bulk memory. Oh, I don't. So if I enable threads, is not recognized as a feature. Is it only atomics then? Threads is not recognized as a feature. WASM feature flag. Can I just get a list of all of these? atomics. Rust C features for a target. Yeah, see target feature. Unknown WASI. I know I could probably just use WASI. Okay, fine. I knew I'd probably have to implement it eventually, but here, 1 second. Alright, spam message deleted. But yeah, I knew this moment would probably come eventually where I would have to implement WASM time, WASI, but I wanted to hold off as long as possible, just because, you know, if I can do it with just a blank WASM target, that's amazing. If not, I guess, yep. We'll have to do it this way. This example shows how to use the WASM time WASI crate to define WASI features with linker. Okay, so you add a WASI context. And you add it to the store. So that's how you enable that, it looks like. So scrolling back up to where we define the store. Which is all the way up here. WASI context builder. Oh, is that a separate package? And threads is specifically a separate package. And then what is the WASM time threads deal? Well, we probably should add it just in case. Version 12.2. So we're gonna bump all of these up to 12.02 because I'm guessing that's what, yep, the latest version of all of them are. So now we're gonna include this WASI context builder. Still not finding it. Oh, we still have it running. That's probably why stuff isn't getting indexed. Let's reload cargo. Oh, yep, there it is. WASI context builder. Going to add to linker. This is just adding stuff to the whole linker. Not gonna worry about that for now. Nope, stop. So WASI context builder, new. So standard IO is, oh, so I would just have print line and whatnot. Hopefully this does not include file stuff. I don't want to inherit args though. Uses standard PostX APIs. Doesn't have any knowledge of WASI, WebAssembly, or sandboxing. Excusing the WASM time runtime. Because I don't want to give people access to the file system. That is for sure. There's that file data right there. Okay. Does standard IO provide both files stuff? Because it looks like this is just standard in, standard IO, and standard error. File data. That's inserting. Okay. So I think standard IO is fine. I'm gonna test attempting to open a file just to make sure it's not possible. And then where do I throw this in? Engine and then WASI. So I guess the WASI store becomes the data. All right. So function wrap BraneEngine print external. This isn't gonna work as well because BraneEngine state is no longer the thing. Instead, we have this WASI context. Oh, we need to build it. So then we get the WASI context. And then let's see what that provides us. So we get args random a table. What's this table? I'm guessing this table is our imports and exports. Table type is designed to map U32 handles to resources. Okay. An arc wrapper around the WASI in context to allow for. Okay, let's look at the inner then. So I'm guessing this whole insert file thing is like, give them access to this directory, but no other directories. Wait. WASI only works for the duration of a main function that needs to be it. Dang it! That makes this not work. I don't want to create an entire program within WASM. I want to use WASM as a way to extend a program, which means, no, WASM isn't what I want. Or was I? I can create my own bindings to whatever. Go away, was I context. But can you only use threads from a WASI context? Let's see. Well, he has this no entry flag in here. So maybe I can still use WASI, but with the no entry flag. catgirlengine.wasm based. Shade array buffer, yep. With WASM threads enabled. P-thread. Okay, so it's just atomics, bulk memory, and mutable globals. And here... Well, this is for the script and compile target. Shared memory is built on that, which is yep. There's threads, debug info, to own. Memory forced. That's interesting. I config static memory maximum size option irregardless of what their actual maximum size is on the original memory type. Interesting. I might want to remember that for later. What is this async support? Does not currently have a way to specify at the bytecode level what is and what isn't async. Host-defined functions, however, may be defined as async. WebAssembly imports always appear synchronous, which gives the rise to a bit always appear synchronous. Okay, which to solve this, WASM time supports asynchronous configs, which enables calling these asynchronous functions in a way that looks synchronous to the executing WebAssembly code. Okay, so this is more of like you mark the Rust function async and it just works that way. Okay, that's interesting. I might have to look into async functions, because that might be the only way to implement what I want to. Give this method for appropriate WASM modules. Should not be enabled in a production setting right now. So none of this actually has stuff for creating a thread, does it? Provides solely a mechanism for spawning threads. Any other thread-like operations will use primitives from the WebAssembly proposal. The WebAssembly level proposal avoided specifying how thread spawning should occur. This allows the uses of WebAssembly outs to specify their own mechanism for spawning threads. But WASM time did Yeah, see, a store cannot be used simultaneously for multiple threads, because almost all operations require immutable self. Reference. How are things? Things are going decently. Right now I'm dealing with how WASM wants you to spawn threads. And the main way is just through this WASI proposal. The thing is, WASI seems to be like, you build an entire application and WASM instead of using WASM as a way to extend an application, which is what I want to do. So right now I'm just kind of doing a lot of documentation reading, and it's looking like the actual threads proposal for WASM doesn't actually define a way to spawn a thread. It defines all of the things you need for communicating between threads, but not actually spawning it. Yeah, see, the WebAssembly level proposal avoided specifying how thread spawning should occur. This allows uses of WebAssembly outside the browser to specify their own mechanism for spawning threads. WASM time is just like, yeah, no multi-threaded calling of functions. Yeah, the idea is that what I want to do is just, you know, be able to call rest threads spawn. Like, that's the idea. The problem is, like, here, if I just run this, with thread support turned on and everything, it's taking a bit for some reason, but why is it compiling everything? Wow. Oh. It was because of that, I think. Let me delete my mess around stuff. Main memory clone. Oh, come on. Found expected memory, found memory. That's weird. And then down here, it's wanting mismatch types. What sort of memory are you wanting? .1. Oh, I have like mismatched crates. So let me just remove that for now. Come on, this compiled before. Oh look, it compiled. Even though they're... Anyway, so this is the error I'm getting, which is that it just doesn't have a way to spawn a function. Not a function, spawn a thread. So when we call thread spawn, we just get a panic abort. So what this means is I probably have to switch to WASI because I was just using the WASM 32 unknown target. I might need to switch to the WASI WASM 32 unknown WASI target. I believe that's which one it is. The problem is I'm worried about just the sandbox ability, which is a little bit dumb because like it's still like the whole point of WASM is to be sandboxed. So what we probably need to do is just figure out a way to WASI library build Rust. Rust build WASI without entry. So we'll try building with WASI. I'll remove this since it doesn't exist. Okay, so just a linking error. No interrupted C required. No. So do I need to add CRT static to that? If you're using Rust C to build a linked artifact, it's configured with the WASM32 WASI sysroot. Okay. CRT static. Okay. Oh, so it might just be that I don't have the I don't want to set default build target. I want to add a new target. Come on, what's... There it is. Rust up, target, add, toolchain. In the toolchain we want to add is WASM 32 WASI. Oh, for not adding a toolchain, we just some 32 WASI. See, what platform am I using on Windows? Occasionally I'll switch over and I will test the editor over on Windows. Planning on using the exact same stuff on Windows. Like most of this I've confirmed compiles on both Windows and Linux. I'm pretty sure they have implemented WASI threads. I just haven't tried using it yet because I didn't want to use WASI. Because I am very much use as little libraries as possible, write everything from scratch. That's kind of just how I am. Ooh, the standard library is already there. But we are doing nightly stuff so we can get these bulk memory and mutable globals. Still not able to find C. Do I have to say build standard C as well? Or something like that? Maybe it is CC. No, it isn't. Because like the threads proposal is already mostly implemented and working fine. I just need to actually add this WASI stuff so that I can spawn threads. Because the threads can communicate. You just can't spawn threads to be able to use that functionality in the first place. They'd have to use shared memory to load multiple modules with access to shared memory, so I am actually using some of that stuff. But, yeah. Wait a second. Am I accidentally running compile script in... No, this isn't test WASM scripts. Never mind. Unable to find library. I'll see. When building was I maybe... Where are my WASM tests? There they are. So I have to set it as a C dynamic lib when building with the WASM 32 unknown target. But maybe if I just let it automatically choose a crate type, we're just choosing the wrong crate type. Okay, and let's just delete target so we know that build binaries or whatever are actually new. Okay, so that worked. So now if we go, oh, here it is. Here's our WASM 32 WASI. And we get R libs, which we don't want. Of other WASM targets use a different API for compatibility with WASM BindGen. Fortunately, okay. So do I have to say crate type dynamic library? I'm pretty sure it's the crate type. Cannot produce dynamic lib. So WASI. Contains API bindings for WASI, system calls, and Rust. Next, you can use a tool like Cargo WASI to compile and run your target. Okay, so instead of having my super complicated shell script with flags and everything, looks like I might just be able to use this. Okay, let's try this out. Is cargo install? Yeah. Cargo WASI. Question is this separate from the other thing? Is this semi-recently? Okay, so if we just delete that, but we run with the WASI build. Okay, check out our target. They just end up as rlibs. That's just building rlibs. Now, what if I choose C dynamic lib, which is the one that you're supposed to do for other WASM targets? That went far too fast. Oh, but it worked. So what's the difference between .wasi.wasm? And just .wasm? And what's rust.wasm? I'm just gonna be grabbing these then. Copying them over to here. And hoping that's all I need. But we now have built WASM, so cargo WASI. This is by Bytecode Alliance, which is the same people actually working on WASM. Actually working on WASM time, so that's good. It's like worried it was like some weird fringe project, but no, it's part of the same library I'm using for everything else. So that's good. Now we go back to here. On our WASM time test. Ignore these errors because, yeah, they're fine. It's not actually an error, it still compiles. Then there we go. So we add WASM time WASI. WASI context builder. We add that in. question is, does it have to go into the data field? It probably does. Which was how I was dealing with this main memory situation, but that's fine. Means I need to figure out, well, I don't need that anymore if I'm using WASI, because I can just use print line. But for now, what we'll do is just comment this out so that we are still providing the import functions require. Because we still do need to provide that. So we are now providing a WASI context. So if we try running this with our WASI crates, or WASM, expected 7 imports, found 3. Which means I probably need to use their fancy linker. Which will probably be... see, where is linker imported from? Probably WASM time. Here we go. So now when we load the module, we still need the engine, but we also need so we use the linker to actually load the module, which means we don't need to worry about passing it to load module, which is nice. We just use it to create instances. So we'd say linker dot module basically pass in this. Oh, and you pass in the module name as well. That's interesting. So say module 1, and I'm guessing that's for linking purposes. And we pass in module 1. Then what's this get default? Returns the default export of a module. Oh. So get default is getting the entry point. Okay. We don't need to do that though. Because we are not looking for an entry point. We do, however, need to add these to the linker. Say linker dot. I think it's just define then. Yeah, define. Environment memory, extern memory. Here we go. So now we just need to do that for BraneEngine. That is what I named it here, right? Yes. Nope. I believe it is test external function. Yep. Okay. So no longer manually set up imports. And here, create test component is only defined in one module, but hopefully I just left off a thought and forgot. What is the metaverse and how does that work in an engine? So that is a good question. The metaverse functionally does not exist and is mostly marketing stuff. What I'm trying to build is something similar to the engine that I would imagine would be used for something like, let's just say Ready Player One to like Big Pipe Dream goal. That's my personal goal. Nothing to do with like NFT or crypto or any of that stuff. It's mostly me just trying to make like my dream VR engine. We can go into like a long discussion about what the metaverse has turned into. I actually started this before like the metaverse craze and all the like the Facebook name change to Meta and all that stuff happened. But yeah, so for me, I'm basically trying to make Ready Player One. That's my simple explanation. Other people have much more amorphous definitions of what this all means. I've honestly been considering taking the word metaverse out of my description just because it no longer gives the right impression. It's very ambitious, and I've been working on this forever, but it's like very long term, little at a time, and then eventually, hopefully, build a company around this after my current one is hopefully survives the whole Unity situation. What have I done so far? I worked on mostly a lot of this game engine. I did work for a different game engine company, Wonderland Engine, and they're making a WebXR game engine. So basically, compiling games to the web, and then you can open a web browser in a VR headset and then play stuff with that. That's like my main web dev experience, and then I've been working on this for like 2.5 years now. It was like my main big things that I've done. So in terms of like industry qualifications, not much. Mostly just me sitting here working on it. I do have some results to do with like graphical pipelines and whatnot. Nothing super substantial yet because like we're adding scripting yet. You can't even define custom scripts yet. So I can't hype it up too much. It's mostly hopes and dreams, and me making a few YouTube videos about like what I wanted to do in the future. But at the moment, it's a lot of trust me, bro. But I don't know. I just do it for fun. Let's see. I've been staring at this for a bit. What are we trying? I think what I want to do here is linker. Oh, do I just do git? I think I do. Git, and then a mutable reference to the store, and then I probably say, yep. I probably give it the module and the name of the thing from the module that I want. I mostly put it there as just clickbait. I've been working on this for forever, but like, Uni situation, yeah. Thank you. Let's see, so we get this. And then what's the thing they used here? Type D. Yeah, it's a common, rather common thing. You know, I want to build SAO, or I want to build Brane, the Oasis or whatever. I'm like, all right, I'll try. We'll see how long this takes. It will be awesome once that stuff comes out, eventually. I don't know if I'm going to trust any of the initial implementations of it, though. Oh wait, this is probably a... Yep, it is. And now we can unwrap this. As... takes I-32, returns I-32. No method type D found for... Oh! So this returns an optional extern. Which means... Oh, I can just do into function, unwrap. Those are so many unwraps. It's prototyping. It's prototyping. That's how we justify it. Yeah. I mean, memes about getting rickrolled aside. It could be rather dangerous. Though it is pretty funny that you could, you know, a hacker hacks into your brain and the first thing they do is throw a rickroll at you. Alright, so this is the new line of code to grab a function. Let's see if Copilot can pick this up. It does! Nice. This is true. This is why I will only ever use a BCI that I can run off of Linux. Okay. So, theoretically, this takes care of everything that we need it to. I know. It's kind of funny. I made a video about the whole Unity situation. Like, the view graph was looking like this, and then the algorithm just stopped. It's kind of funny. YouTube realized it was about to give me 1,000 views on a video, and it's like, nope, can't have that. No, no, no. So does wrap require a mutable store? It does. Into extern. Some. Okay, so that's fine. Extern BraneEngine print has not been defined. WASM snapshot preview. File data right has not been defined. WASM snapshot preview 1, file data right has not been defined. It looks like this is one of those tutorials where they let you get an error, then they explain why that error happened. Let's see. There it is. See an error. To resolve this, let's add the WASM implementation like so. WASM add to linker. Okay. There it is. So we do that, and then store with, what is module here? It's module from file. Okay, so do I just need to call that every time I load a module? Oh, I think that's this thing. And instantiate would be so I don't know if you use .module or .instantiate. It is unknown to me. Let's just delete that for now. Create test component has not been defined. All right, time for me to test something out. So create test component. Oh, interesting that it's in module 1. Oh wait, did I just... So module 1, module 2. It actually was module 2 that failed. Yep, module 2, unknown import, create test component. And say WASM import module 1, and that should make this try to grab it from our other WASM module. Oh, I haven't recompiled the WASM. That would do it. That's interesting. that whole command line just bugged out on me. Just make sure I did actually grab it. There we go. Okay, so we're back to... Oh. Create test component. I believe that's on module 1 now, isn't it? Yeah. So nothing is purely, like, completely broken yet. Get threads test from module 2. Was not able to find it. That's because it's in threads test. It's in module 1. So we'll just swap that. Run. Ooh. Grow panic handler. Oh, this is on a thread. Interesting. Thread panic at failed to spawn thread. Operation not supported on this platform. This is a different thread spawn. Error. So I think we just need to add the WASM thread crate or something. So while I'm at it, I'm gonna change this to be print just because that will actually work now. Target. this one. And additionally, like the bigger problem than just the pricing with Unity is they did all this sketchy stuff where you used to be able to use the EULA from an older version of the engine. So like if you're using Unity 2020, you'd be able to use the EULA from 2020. But when this came out, using the new EULA would mean you have to use the new pricing plan. They deleted the GitHub repo with all of the old EULAs and kind of removed that. They removed that whole like, yeah, it's fine, you can use the older EULAs thing. And also like announcing changes super fast and not seeming to take community input. It's more a matter of trust than the actual cost for a lot of people. And there's the whole thing like, how are they going to track installs? So from what I'm seeing, like when I made the YouTube video about it, I'm like, there's no way they can track them without adding like a phone home API call to like a server somewhere. But apparently, they're not going to do that because it'd be illegal in many different jurisdictions. So what it looks like is that it's literally what they said they have. A proprietary data model, which is fancy speak for they have some algorithm. They probably throw some stuff into it like Steam downloads or whatever store you're on downloads that they're able to grab somehow. And then they magically come up with a number of how many times somebody's installed your game. Even though like, how? that's even more how than just like an API call. And from the sound of it and like what developers are saying internally, even they don't know how they're going to track installs. So that brings up even more concern for the developer of, okay, how much are you charging me? Because it's obvious you don't even know how you're going to figure out the number that that you throw into the calculator to determine how much I owe you. So it's like, it's a complete trust me, bro, you owe me this much. Just a complete mess, no matter how you look at it. So we added threads. I mean, that's kind of how it works for fruits, but it's explicitly you pay for this amount of weight of this specific item, so that is fine. But that actually is a really good that's a really good metaphor for it. By the weight of your groceries, we assume there's a PS5 in there, and will therefore be charging you for a PS5 instead of, oh, this is a bunch of paper. Little bit of a ridiculous example, but it's kind of funny. Wait, Target was threads. Oh, because this is unscripted. Wait. A trap or WASI exit in one thread must end execution for all threads. Oh joy. That's terrible. So we have to use this whole WASM, WASI, preview one threads. Yeah, I think Unity's main miscalculation in this whole thing is they're not as irreplaceable as they think they are. What was the command? Target add. So it is target add. Does not contain component. Rust standard for target. supports standard fully. I mean, Godot can do 3D pretty well as well. Yeah, Unity has always been a little bit messy. Yeah, I know that this does not contain a Rust standard that I'll have to build it. See target feature. Minus CRT static. Now what if I add CRT static instead? Yeah, I'm like, oh no, that's not what I'm trying to do. Just let me build to WASM. Cargo build target WASM 32. Oh, so they're just trying to do regular WASM. Why is the WASI target not able to find this? I don't think you can link a C library. Well, I mean, you can through the host runtime, but So let's see what cargo WASI is doing in the back end. Because I'm sure that it's just a command line. Cargo WASI runner shim. We seem to be mapping strings to the exact same strings here. So cargo, add target, WASM WASI, message format. Don't care about that environment var. I don't care about the test runner. So here's the build. Don't need to care about the WASM BraneEngine. Interesting, we pass in the command here. So process becomes cargo. I'm just trying to find, where do they set environment variables? Like, if we just search for plus atomics, nowhere. So create a new command called cargo. We then add an argument, which is whichever one we passed in, which in our case is build. We add an argument. Target is WASM32 WASI. Message format, we don't care about that. And then it passes whatever else. Then we add. Interesting. So then we execute cargo. Interesting. I'm not seeing any other. Let's see. WebAssembly. Was I libc? It might be. So if I add the following to well, that's just libc. And here's the was I libc implementation, which is what you linked me. Maybe that could be part of it. Just like, it's almost building. Well, it builds successfully, we're just not linking to something. Which is, yeah, is this C. I'll try that. Oh, does clean literally just delete target? Yeah, it does. Do I have to build standard? I mean, on the nightly you do, but I mean, I still need to do the link args. I don't know why I need to link with C, because I'm trying to build, obviously I'm trying to build the WASM. Build target, WASM 32, WASI preview threads. Like, it's not complaining about that part. Oh, I was complaining about this. Failed to run RustC. Learn about target-specific information. Process didn't exit successfully. Fig standard error. Did not find specification for target. WASM 32 preview threads. Oh, this is the whole. This thing. See, toolchain. Oh, is that a toolchain? For the WASM 32 WASI unknown, this might be part of my problem. Extension to preview 1. Let's see if we can add preview 1. Can't. WebAssembly with WASI. It says it does have the standard. This is a tier 2, not even a tier 3 project. Unlike WASM 64 or unknown, which I did get WASM 64 to build. So theoretically, this should be easier. Am I just misspelling it? Update toolchain. Is there like a sudo apt update for this? Oh yeah, there is an update. So now, if we do that, it still says it does not have the standard library precompiled. And complains about that, but it's like, I don't care. It's fine if we build the standard library. Even though this claims that it has the standard library. The full standard library is available. Target only supports no standard. Yeah. Maybe it just means that it isn't actively built. Okay. Without host tools. Thought of guaranteed to build. Oh, okay. So I still do need build standard. Oh, can I just say that? Dependencies core. Rust core library. In the same sense, can I say standard? And if I did that, would then this compile the standard library? I don't think it would. That'd be far too easy. Alright, we'll just go back to when we build a standard. Basically, we revert this line. And we're probably back to where we were. Atomics feature must be used. Yep. Oh, it worked this time. Huh. So, something we did fixed it. I have no clue what. But, yeah, fixed now. So we go to the WASM 32, WASI Preview 1 threads. Ah. Behold the complete lack of built binaries. So it claims it built something. It's here under WASM 32 unknown. Oh, it's because I reverted. It's because I reverted the line. So we're back here. I know that's a linking flag. Rust C missing for WASI. It doesn't. I don't think it does. The thing is, I'm not telling it to link LC anywhere in any of my stuff, so I need to find the exact flag to tell it to not link it automatically. If I was using like CMake or something here, it'd be super easy. Just, you know, add in LC or whatever. C dynamic lib. Okay, maybe if we do WASM WASI Was I even a package? If I click on this, raw API bindings to the WebAssembly interface. Interesting. Okay, so what was this? WASI libc. So let's see if we can link to that. I don't think I need the WASM API explicitly because, or WASI API explicitly, but maybe I do. So if I link WASI, which is just the raw API bindings, then in here I say WASI work space equals true. I do that here as well. Wait a second. Idea. It might also be that standard thread is attempting to link to libc. libc is not being provided here. So if in test scripts 1, since that's the only one I'm gonna need it, okay, so we'll just keep the current WASI. And then if I'm gonna try using the WASI interface instead of, or a WASI interface to start a thread. Or I could import this. No, wait, this is the WASM time one. Never mind. For browser service workers. For the WebAssembly system interface, all WASI APIs are exported from this crate and provided with the appropriate type signatures. Okay. So if I do that, I need to update it here and there. So if I do thread spawn. Okay. So I could try using this directly. Lib generated 64. We're not using the 64-bit. Alright, well, we'll see if that does anything. Just try rebuilding real fast. Continues to not find C, so let's try in test script 1. Wait, is it both of them? It is both of these that don't find LC. Do define no entry. What's this LC all C? LC all C isn't my language though. I do like C. Okay, let's find all instances of LC here. I'm not seeing it being explicitly linked anywhere. It's true, there could be a space. There isn't. Interesting that unable to find library. Oh, it's because it's finding past runs. Oh, you're right. So there's an rlib here that's getting linked to C. So if we so at some point down the road, it's trying to link to C. Rust C standard workspace core rlib. This one is libc, libc. Debug dependencies. So WASX is already in there. Right, but that doesn't matter. Rust C print target features. This might do something. So that's a lot of target features. For this target, is there a way to specify a specific target Oh, we should probably do Rust C print help. So that's the exact same thing. We go to print. Okay, if I did that. Ooh, okay, so you can specify the target. This is what I want. Automates bulk memory, exception handling, multi-value, multi-mutable globals, non-trapping, floating point to int, reference types, relax, send. Security static, I do not want that enabled. Enables C runtime libraries to be statically linked. Maybe I do want that so that it is actually able to compile. What do I currently have it set as? Well, I tried enabling and disabling it and both didn't work. So let's try running this specifically for preview 1 threads. Okay, so WASI is the base version of this. WASI still doesn't don't try to link to C. Target specs, TLS model, relocation model, target features. Let's try target features. There we go. Oh, that's the same thing. Let's try removing threads test. And just seeing if like that's calling the C library somewhere. Still not able. How long ago was this? 21, so 2 years ago. The target that abuses the CRT static target feature to indicate which one you're in. Which means the bundled version of libc found in libc are used. Right, I know, but changing it doesn't seem to do anything. It's like I'll turn it off or turn it back on, and both ways I get the same linking error. So yeah, same linking error when I change it. Bulk memory, mutable globals, and atomics are all turned on. LVM16 is required for this target. Prior to LVM16, import memory. Well, let's just check. I think I have LVM16 installed at the moment. Users need to install or build the WASI SDK. Oh, wait. WASI libc system root. Or with the Z build standard. So we need to do this. So if I go I go cargo build, WASI SDK. System root, path to sysroot. Oh joy. So I've already looked at this page multiple times. I just grab it'd be really nice if there's like a Rust okay, no, I can close that. If there was like a WASI SDK target. Oh, those are all interfaces. Dang it. Okay, so I do need to grab this. Does this only build to Linux? Indeed. Well, it's just easier. Oh, well, there's the Ming GW Mac OS, not macros. Okay, so it does build to other things too, so I more stuff for the engine to deal with. This is why I initially decided not to go with WASM, but so basically, I mean, the latest should have been fine. Oh, the pre-release? The WASI threads includes WASM 32 WASI threads target. Wait a second. I'm gonna try something real fast, even though it wasn't on any of the lists. Rust up. Target add. WASM 32 WASI threads. Nope. Well. Actually, the same problem is just WASI, so red herring, even if it did work. But use at your own risk. Okay, so we have what we want, I think. Here's the alib. No include direct. Oh, it's just taking forever to. Oh, joy. That's fun. Oh, is this? Here's the sys root. That looks like what we want. Yeah, see this libc? So here's the WASI sys root, and then we can just throw that in there for now. It's ugly, but is that what we want? Sys root. Though we actually do need to add this to our cargo config. Actually, was that the correct thing? Because it's saying WASI libc sysroot. Don't want binaries, we want libraries. Let's see if there's a system root flag I can use instead of, yeah. I feel like that would be linker flags. So maybe if we throw this in here. quasi sysroot, and then okay, so it's literally just sysroot. Maybe that works. Unknown linker argument. Maybe we can do that. Say export system root equals just quasi sysroot. Then again, I probably need to do something like okay, so I think I can do this. Okay, that actually worked. Wow. We'll just have to see if... Nope. Unable to find library LC. I finally gave up and switched to WASI. Why won't you let me compile to WASI? Let's just look up Rust WASI. See if there's like a... Getting started. Oh, this is C from Rust. This is what we want. Add WASM32 WASI. Build. And it just works. I guess they aren't building the standard library for that, so... If you're using... Wait. Oh, never mind. This is Add WASM 32 WASI. Build a target WASM 32 WASI. Well, I'm tired. Let's just try this. Without threads. Well, we still need shared memory for this to work at all. And that is only available on nightly, which brings us back to where we were. Interesting. This guy's explicitly saying LC. So what if I do that? I'm pretty sure the path is correct. Yep, home all the way to this to test WASM scripts to WASI sysroot, which is right here. Like, do I have to put it specifically in this folder? Maybe I do. I don't even know if it's using this variable. Wait a second. This guy is doing these other two exports here. Which might be the sort of things I want. WASI SDK bin clang. WASI SDK bin clang. Yeah, because here's a custom version of Clang, apparently. Just chilling in this SDK. So maybe that fix. Let's throw this in here. Okay, and WASI sister is still in there, so let's just delete that. And then if I just say then WASI SDK 20.0 bin clang, because I think cargo WASI also set some flags similar to this. I intentionally removed it, but you're right, I am still referring to it there. Even though that wouldn't throw an error, I intentionally removed it because I'm just seeing if I can get away without it, as these might not need it if I can get them to work. So working directory plus WASI SDK-20 then bin, and then Clang is right there. What am I typing wrong? it said it in the error anyways. Yeah, there we go. Test WASM scripts. Which, oh! There we go. Unsupported option. Dang it. Ceiling, import memory flag. Maybe. But it's also the shared memory and max memory variables, which I find important because I want to be able to set those. That is a question. Because, like, the linker... no. We'll just... I think... So we changed our linker to CLang instead of the Rust linker. So now I think we have to change the shared memory flags and all that to the CLang version. CLang... WASI flags. Well, I can always check if it complains about pointers from other modules being passed over to other modules. I don't think it will like that, though. Can always try it, though. So let's try it. Where's my button? Oh. Entry symbol not defined. Oh, interesting. Shared is pat. Never mind. Static and shared are both defined. Argument unused. Okay, so no entry. We just need to add that. Which I did notice Rust automatically, like the Rust linker automatically adding that in. Unsupported option, no entry. Ah! What do you mean? You just said pass no entry. Maybe I pass this to Rust itself and not Rust C. Unrecognized option, no entry. Wait a second. No, I did do link args. Or maybe I need to put it as a C. I don't know. Unknown code gen option. So if I remove this, I get an error telling me to use. Stack shared. See, error. Entry symbol not defined. Pass no entry to suppress. And then when I try to pass it, it freaks out. Interesting. So it's something to do with the WL argument? Let me see this one Stack Overflow that I was... if I haven't lost it. Oh joy, I might have lost it. So my reference is gone. Yeah, the one I got these two things from. It had... To C-Lang itself, which isn't valid. WASM LD. Entry symbol not defined. Oh, is this like WASM linker? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I might need that comma. Oh, Interesting. So we have this in there. So yeah, I think it might have just been the comma. Oh. Oh. We gotta compile. We gotta compile. So let's change this to preview 1 threads. And since it's the same error, unknown argument. I guess since that's a tool chain, I don't know. Interesting. So this is just passing in GC sections without the big brain. Okay, so that gets back to the error. So let's just try building with WASM normally. And then I believe I can pop this in here for those. Okay. By DL Malik, because it was compiled with atomics or bulk memory features. But like, I've gotten that working. That's what I'm using. Oh, true. This is true. Probably do need to change that. I remember having that thought like when I was first copy pasting it and then promptly forgetting it. I am worried about this whole shared memory is disallowed by DL Malik object because it was not compiled with atomics or bulk memory. So let's throw this onto the internet, see if it gives us anything. Because I really do need the shared memory. Is to use pthread when compiling that object. So, would I just say, see, but I'm not writing something with the script in yet. Unknown code gen, then if I send it to the WASM linker, pthread or pthreads? Dash pthread. Expecting an error still though. Unknown argument pthread, yep. But maybe since I had the S there still, unknown option pthread. And again, this isn't a Rust page, this is C++, running in scripting. Every object file in your project. So, do I have to build the WASM API from scratch to allow for shared memory? It'd be hilarious if I did. The WASM SDK. Oh, right. If I pass it directly to ceiling? Indeed. Unused dirt. Come on! Use it! steal malloc object because it was not compiled with the atomics or bulk memory features. I am building a standard. But oh, link pthread. I might do it. So it's claiming that I don't have an unused error anymore. So this might be doing something. But it's still doing that, so I might have to manually build stuff. Like, there's this atomic barrier fix. So, wouldn't atomics be included in that? Includes experimental thread support for the WASM. Wait, I am linking to the WASM threads target, aren't I? Wait, I'm not linking directly. Bulk memory is a different thing. We can try it. Yeah, we'll keep that separate. Unable to find library. Oh. Okay. So it's not able to find atomics. I don't think it's what we're looking for, though. How do I tell? So the problem might be that... So bulk memory and atomics are both required for the threads target, I believe. Because atomics is provided directly by the threads proposal. Meaning that... artifacts are shipped precompiled. Anyway, that means that... Wait a second. Do I have to add this toolchain nightly into there for this to actually, like, not complain? So we probably still need it for these two. For those things. Noted that toolchain nightly makes it you can actually download those. So we have ceiling. And there's a WASI threads thing. Okay, so what if we did change to this? We also changed this to WASI preview 1 threads. Just like that. And that probably puts us back in the same exact spot we were before. Never mind, it completes successfully. Are you sure? Did it actually work? Have to use a not proprietary, but like custom version of Sea Lion to link all this. I think the import memory means we still do need to build standard. I'm not sure though. We can check, like if I change it to not build standard. So we don't need to build standard anymore. And if I went through all that effort just for it to be fixed by... Okay. I'm going to copy that line because I don't want to have to deal with messing around with it. But if I went through all that effort just to get build standard working, and now it just magically works. Unable to find pthread. Unknown argument. No, and oh yeah, it works. So I just didn't know about the flag for allowing you to download a nightly toolchain that was literally there the entire time. Well, on the plus side, I don't need to force everybody using my project to do this anymore. Or at all. Learnings have been made. Read all of the documentation. Because it's literally right there. Okay. Now that we actually have a built binary that will ask for the things so that threading doesn't crash. Look at that, they're even WASM files. It's almost like it worked. Okay, now I'm expecting a very particular error. So where is this IO extras? Which I feel like is being imported from somewhere. Let's get rid of threads for now. You know what, who cares? We're using nightly on all of our stuff. Best way to build a long-lasting project, right? You see, that's how you know you're ahead of the curve, is when you have to use experimental features for everything. Now that's a lot of warnings. No, it's not. My C code is like hundreds of warnings per file. It's okay, it runs most of the time. So write string. So out of everything, format is what causes our error. Oh, that's funny. We haven't tested the thread yet. Right now we're getting an error from one of the functions that used to function perfectly. So I'm just gonna rerun this. Just literally the format macro. It's bugging out. Args as string mapper else. So I guess we could just change this to print. Oh, we have to recompile now, but that's fine. Recompile script works. That compiled way too fast. Not believing it. Okay. This time it is my code causing the error. When we attempt to access, wait a second. Yeah. Oh joy. So do slices not work the same way in nightly? Or something like that? I don't know. Let's just test the thread real fast. Let's see how that works. Even before test function, we will test our threads. So it appears to have run the function. As I said, starting threads test, and then threads test return to host environment. No errors. And then maybe it's because I paused the execution, so like a full second hasn't passed yet. So like none of the other threads have run or anything. Test function has passed. Test function. Okay, so print is working. Create test component. Okay, that's a valid pointer. And then this is like fancy BraneEngine stuff I've done. And that one works fine. Oh, I'm still doing the regular way of grabbing that instead of my fancy BraneEngine stuff. So still haven't gotten any messages from threads at all. So let's see if just our base fields. No, that's not valid. So my BraneEngine is broken here. Okay, so threads test isn't... We don't have any, there's no errors being thrown, but no threads are being spawned as far as oh! Let's not talk about that. Like, yes, it built! Yeah! Okay. So, now that we're actually, you know, going to print stuff, was unable to instantiate. There we go. Look at that. It's now asking for the WASI thread spawn function. Okay, which means now we go here. We make sure we have WASM time at WASI threads. We go to main. We say use WASM time WASI threads. WASI threads context. Actually, this is a different type of WASI thread context. There, we're just gonna do add to linker. Then down here, when we create the linker, we're gonna say actually, we didn't even have to import the namespace. Why does this require a specific module? What is, Why does it require a specific module? Oh, is it because we need a specific module to store the function in, or something like that? If I say let thread module equal Oh, that doesn't exist. I say WASI thread module is equal to, I just say and I can't do just new, it's empty. So what's the intended way to add WASM threads? Wait a second, wait a second. If I go, was like context builder. So this gives me a WASI context. WASM time WASI threads has a WASI threads context. I don't need the raw WebAssembly. Oh, WASM time thread. That's the search thing I was missing. It's like WASM time can run with WASI threads. The official binary, but What if I just do this and like piggyback it off of, wait, it takes 4 parameters, which means we just need to do that. This requires a module. But don't I need to return this whole thing to data so that here it's like expected a reference to WASI thread context. We found mutable WASI context. And this whole thing with it requiring a module. Like, what's that all about? Because obviously this threads context needs to be part of the store, but you can't initialize... Well, I mean, you can initialize a module without the engine. Well, with the engine. So let's just do that. Reference module 1. This also needs reference to the linker. Oh, interesting. You just pass in a module. Just move. Upon call to a WASI thread spawn, the WASI host must instantiate the model again. So it creates a separate instance of the module. This child instance will be used for the new thread. In the child instance, import all of the same WebAssembly objects, including the above mentioned shared. Okay. So it isn't quite as bad as I had predicted, but it does copy all of like the functions and whatnot. My main thing was like, oh, if it copies all the memory, that's but no. Including the above mentioned shared memories. So we're fine. Additionally, spawn a new host level thread, which is fine. That's what we wanted to do. Calculate a thread ID, and then in the new thread, call the instance exported entry function with the thread ID and the start argument. So I'm guessing this WASI thread context so yeah. This creates a new thing and it each new instance is created with its own store. Actually, are you? One second. Well, I already did this. But like, if I were to, no, because like the store has to be the same. It'd be too easy to deal with this if shared memory can be imported. Oh, thank you. Now back to my ranting. WASM, why are you the way that you are? Okay. And we'll, oh, right, because that's been moved. So if we have a second store, because if that was working how I think it's working, that means if we have a second store, the different context and everything, and we have a shared memory, can I put this on store 2 and have it imported by modules in store 1? Is that something that's possible? Because it shouldn't be. Oh. Here, we'll just not worry about threads for now. I don't need threads, I need answers. Are linkers tied to specific stores? They are not. So I just need a store 2 and we are porting main memory. the shared WASM in general, this time it's threading in particular, because there's no the threading proposal doesn't propose a way to actually spawn threads, just the atomics to be able to speak between threads. Thread spawn has not been defined. So real quickly, just for me complaining about why is this the way that I would love to be able to call WASM functions from multiple threads. The problem is every single call requires a mutable store reference, so I wouldn't be able to call any function within the same store, and right now I have everything in the same store. I wouldn't be able to call any of those from separate threads at the same time. So that's like my main, if I can't do it outside of WASM, then I'll just try doing it inside of WASM, which is my current thing. However, this whole like separate thread using a different store, I'm like, wait a second, can I just import my memory from a different store? If so, that means I could just create every single module on a different store, and then look, I'm able to multi-thread calls to them without WASI. And this entire like exploration is not worthless because it led me there, but it took a long time. It took an entire like an entire weekend, or the part of the weekend where I was coding. And like, I want to sign off and play Baldur's Gate at some point, but we'll see. What was I gonna do? Right, we were going to attempt to just do this without threads. Come on, there we go. So we'll just do this with WASI, and let me guess, it's gonna complain. Oh. Alright, I don't need references to WASX anymore, because I'd never needed them in the first place. So let's delete those real fast. Maybe I need to do the whole... Yeah, I can see myself doing that. Step, add, target. I think I have done similar things before. I can't remember 3 weeks on a single thing, though. Add a target, was I... WASM 32, was I? Chain. Oh, I think it's target add. This is another thing I found that fixed many long hours of attempting to do it manually. So now we go back to this compile script, run that. Shared memory is disallowed by that because it was not compiled with atomics or bulk memory. All right, so we go Z build standard. So since it wasn't built with that, we just manually build it. Then we'll just do the unknown target. That should compile fine. Okay, cool. So now I can take my guinea pig WASM modules, and I'm fully expecting just a hard shutdown here. No, you're not able to do that. Must be in the same store. But if you can have memory from one store and even functions from one store imported into another store, that makes all of this so much easier, and I don't have to use WASI. Which I'm like, why don't you just use WASM? I'm like, no, keep it as low level because it's already hard enough getting it working. I need to use the lowest level thing so I can deal with the least amount of super experimental stuff possible. Alright, so let's just we'll keep the we won't have any prints, but it will be fine. Okay, this should still work. Yeah. Indeed. Okay, where's this panic? Object used with the wrong store. Store ID mismatch. Cert belongs to I'm looking for a for loop that's just like you can wait. I know you can clone copy memory and it works fine. I haven't tried it with stores yet. Honestly, I should have just checked that. This is a box. I know memory is just a Maybe it was shared memory that was in ARC. Just atomic reference counted. But hey, yeah, let's try that as well. Bring me back to main. There it is. So it's not finding a declaration of clone. So maybe I did check this and it just didn't exist. But no, it looks like it doesn't even define a clone method. Much too easy. So yeah, result of experiment seems to be that no, you can't use one memory in another thing. Unless you're the threading system, apparently. This takes a store, which is pretty normal. And then what's this host? Host of T. So that's just the inner data of the store. So it's like copying the context. In our instance, we create it in this new store. So yeah, it's this instance pre. An instance per instantiation that is ready to be instantiated. Like, threads have to be able to access shared memory, right? From the module that spawned them, because then why else would you use threads if not to act on data? Wait a second. Are you supposed to pass like a WASM module with an instance? With a WASM module with a with an entry point. So like WASI is intended to be an entire function in WASM, or entire program in WASM. So it looks like the expectation here is that module that they expect you to pass in here is the WASM module, so an entire like program or whatnot. You throw it into here, and then this context creates its own store for each thread. So then, let's check it out. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I was seeing here. So, this is basically completely... This whole construct is incompatible with what I want to do, because the intention behind it is that you would build your entire program in WASM, right? Instead of using it to extend an existing program. So what they're doing is you throw your WASM context with the WASM equivalent of a main function, and then it like so it calls the entry point. So it's like technically there are multiple threads of this module running. But how do they communicate? And here's the reference to linker. So we get this shared memory from this engine. Oh, interesting. So it creates a new shared memory of this type. from the same engine that this module is using. Then we define the module. So we have a shared memory, but it's not shared with anything. And then the module and name provided, or what to name this module. It's like, it's cool and all that we're creating shared memories. They're not shared. And the thing is, shared memory, by definition, is atomic. So we could share it. Let's see. WASM share memory between stores. So yeah, I know, but like, store is the main thing holding it back. This is, okay, so this is WASM time. So it's like, so what do we do about this? Later, just disallow it. Because nobody would want to do it, right? Lots of internals in the WASM time. Crates are highly unsafe. It's up to API Crate to figure out how to make it safe. One guarantee we need to provide is the values never cross between stores. For example, you can't take a function in one store and move it over to a different instance in a different store. This dynamic check can't be performed at compile time. It's up to WASM time to do the check itself. What's the point of having atomic memory if you're never using it as such? Like, it's fine. Like, I don't think I'll ever be calling... Well, there are chances that I would, but I don't think I'm really going to be calling one system for multiple threads at once. Though I'd like to. I'm fine with creating a new multiple instances of it. The problem is that calls... But isn't that the entire point of shared memory? I know in like, I want to say JavaScript and whatnot, you always use a shared array buffer, which is supposed to be atomic. But, it's from the threads proposal. Yes. Because these agents may execute in different threads, shared memory must be thread safe. So the idea is that shared memory is atomic or thread safe. Seems the way that they're going about that is just making it so you're never able to call shared memory from another thread. Right. Generic C, yeah, you have to use atomics manually. Talking about just the shared memory construct from WASM itself. Like, there's all these atomic actions, but if you can't ever multi-thread it, what's the point of having all these atomic operations? So there must be a way to have atomic operations. I guess another question is... if I create a mutable context, can I actually clone this context? Because I think the context is all I need to call the functions. Does this count as a borrow? Temporary handle to a mutable store. This type is suitable for an as-context mutable or as-context trait bound on methods if desired. So if this context itself does like this weird cast thing of the store inner, does this allow us to have, well, I mean, it would go around like the Rust guidelines, having multiple mutable references to a store, but if access to memory is atomic, that means that any operations to do with data would be thread safe, and the only thing we need to worry about is instantiating or adding new modules or deleting modules. And I'm perfectly fine with like pausing execution for a fourth of a second, hopefully not a fourth of a second, but like a few milliseconds to like pause and move stuff around internally, and then restarting execution. So let's see, what does call use? If we do test a function, just call that. Oh, interesting. That's not complaining about memory stuff. It may be because I'm not following the spirit of Rust or something like that, but Grammatically, it looks like it's fine. So for now, we are going to ignore where is what's our threads test? Ah, here it is. The store does not live long enough. Because it's getting a this lives as long as the store does, and there's no guarantee that the store will live as long as this reference. So what if I did an actual, like, something more similar to the way that I would handle this. In a runtime environment. So we get atomic reference access, reference counted store, and then store dot borrow mutable store as context mutable. And then we use the context in here. How long would that borrow take? If I did that, would it complain about it not lasting long enough? Hmm. Cannot borrow as mutable. Why not though? Hmm. Due to unsatisfied trade bounds. so is this what I do? Use of moved value. Huh? That's a test of what I'm trying to do right there. Store context mutable. Oh, it's complaining about here now. Nice. So we got a little bit farther. Creates a temporary value which is freed while still in use. Borrowed value does not live long enough. Dang it. So I definitely need to keep that mutable reference around. Which completely removes the purpose of multi-threading. It's cool to see that Rust enforces it down to that level, but it makes it really hard to try to do, you know, efficient stuff without copying gigabytes of RAM. Just the WASM approach. I'm not moving my entire runtime into WASM with occasional system call, like external calls to graphics APIs and whatnot. That's absolutely ridiculous. I want to be able to call script functions super simply, efficiently, which is something WASM app offers. Why is a mutable store reference required for a call to a function. Like, yes, I get it makes it super type safe, but if our memory is atomic, which in some cases it isn't so fair, but also in the cases where it isn't, you are forced to use specific types. So even then, you're kind of saved from yourself. So there's this call raw function. So it looks like they're using the garbage collection proposal as well. So I think what I'm gonna do is, since it is getting later, I work in the morning, probably need to eat something too. What I'm gonna do is open up a issue on the WASM Time GitHub and just get some feedback on what I'm trying to do and the best way to go about it. But yeah, so we'll see how that turns out. But learned a lot, didn't really get anything done. Thank you for those who stuck around. You are appreciated. I'll see you.